Anywhere within 300 miles of Medina. They are Hashemite Bedouins. They can cross 60 miles of desert in a day.
Oh, thanks, Dryden. This is going to be fun.
Lawrence, only two kinds of creature get fun in the desert. Bedouins and gods, and you're neither. Take it from me. For ordinary men, it's a burning, fiery furnace.
No, Dryden. It's going to be fun.
It is recognized that you have a funny sense of fun.
Welcome everybody to Battlefield 1. We are going to be playing the Lawrence of Arabia campaign. It is not in fact Lawrence of Arabia. I believe it is about a Bedouin, but that clip that you heard was from the movie Lawrence of Arabia. Wonderful film if you have not seen it. My chat is not working properly, so sorry you're going to have a little bit of silence for the game, but let's do that again. Hello, Amorty. Let me just line up, excuse me, line up my screens a little bit better. Thank you everybody for showing up tonight. I will try, yes it is. It is a title inspired by T. Lawrence's book. What I might do by way of introduction, I think I will throw a little bit of history at you. Not a lot. Welcome username Intensifies. I hope you are doing well. So who was T. Lawrence? T stands for Thomas Edward. He was... well, he studied archaeology, and he was, I believe, an officer in the British Army. Educated, I know he was educated in Oxford. I believe it was either archaeology or history. I think he actually might have studied history and worked as an archaeologist. What he is known, though, for was an intelligence mission that he was sent on. And basically, he became involved in an uprising of the Arabs. We covered the Gallipoli story before, which was chapter 4, The Runner. And it was, excuse me. In this case, there was a political figure, Faisal. I think his official title would be Emir, but I do not know that much about the Arab uprising. In any case, he was a very influential figure in this uprising. Sort of took on I don't think I could say fairly that it was, a massive leadership role. I think it was still something that the Arabs largely did on their own, but he did participate quite heavily inside of it, and ultimately served as something of a diplomat or a link between the British and this revolution. Again, the film by David Lean, Lawrence of Arabia, is a really wonderful piece of cinema. It's I think it's a good story. It's beautifully photographed. It's well acted. Lots of great actors in it. Peter O'Toole plays T. Lawrence. Alec Guinness plays Faisal. It's outstanding stuff, and the photography in it is absolutely outstanding. Another great feature about the movie is David Lean worked as an editor before he was a director. And he, to avoid sort of the interference of the producer Sam Spiegel, he very deliberately went to the most remote parts of the remote parts of the desert in order to shoot, and where I'm used to being a basically where I'm used to being a like a camera assistant and having to set up the monitors for the directors and how bitchy they get if they don't have it. David Lean, I believe, did not see a single piece of footage until he was done shooting in the desert. And to see that movie and to see just how well put together it is I have an even greater respect knowing the circumstances under which it was shot. Of course, this is about Lawrence and not necessarily the film about Lawrence, but the title of the stream is Seven Pillars of Wisdom, which is basically his autobiography, particularly about the Arab Revolt. I believe it was abridged and sort of released in a popular edition called Revolt in the Desert. Now, I don't know about that book. I have not found a copy of it. My copy of Seven Pillars of Wisdom I got in a used bookstore, and I've never actually seen Revolt in the Desert available, so I don't know if the full version of his account is sort of the standard edition and what is available, or if I just got lucky and got the full thing. It's definitely a very weighty tome, but it's a really interesting piece of history, and again, we've got the story of Gallipoli, which would be a defeat for the Triple Entente, for Britain and its colonies, whereas the Revolt in the Desert was a very different sort of affair. I'm a little hesitant to give all of the details because I don't know when it says join Lawrence of Arabia in his desert campaign against the Ottoman Empire, this could be anything. The fact that there's a train on it suggests it's probably going to be the train raids, but I don't, if you haven't seen the movie, I think you want to experience it. You don't want to just hear me tell you all the best bits. So, anyways, I figure I've given people enough time. We're almost at about 7 minutes or so. I think we will jump into the game.
In the deserts of Arabia, an insurgency war was raging years before I got to France. Tribes of Bedouins had united to fight a war that was very different from the one we fought in the trenches. Using small mobile units, they challenged the might of an empire, and they were rallied around the ideas of a single, influential warrior. Ideas of freedom and change.
Chapter 1, Hidden in Plain Sight. Al-Ajjar, Mesopotamia, spring 1918. The Great War engulfs the globe. In the deserts of the Middle East, Arab tribes rebel against their historical oppressor, the Ottoman Empire. To counter the uprising, the Ottomans deploy their most advanced technologies. The Empire's devastating artillery, combat aircraft, and armored vehicles engage rebel forces wielding rifles from horseback. T.E. Lawrence, an unconventional British officer, works with a small force of highly mobile rebels. They cannot confront the Ottoman forces head-on. Instead, they must fight another way.
The Arabian Desert, a vast ocean of drifting sands and scorched, sun-baked rocks. Beneath these endless dunes, oil, the lifeblood of our new mechanical century. For more than 400 years, the Ottoman Empire has ruled these lands, controlling all that's to be found here. But the Ottomans do not rule unopposed. Small bands of Bedouin rebels have united to overthrow the empire. They strike without warning and then vanish into the desert. Fighting alongside them is a lone British officer, whose exploits have earned him wide renown. The world has taken to calling this man Lawrence of Arabia. In the desert, you rely on good planning, but you also hope for a dash of luck. And luck was with us when we learned of a recently derailed Ottoman train carrying a most interesting piece of cargo.
New objective: use binoculars to spot enemies. All right, guys. I'm sorry to stop the movie. Oh, come on, Jess. I would love to watch that movie with you, if I may. So, guys, I'm sorry to sort of put the brakes on the story. I'm really happy that Jess is here, and I think Johnny Big Time is in chat. I don't recall exactly. I'm gonna quickly tab out. But these were the two people I definitely wanted to have the experience. Excuse me. Of the game with. But I'm going to take a minute here and get my shout outs out of the way. So the lovely Miss Jessie Quill is here hosting me. Mod extraordinaire, absolutely outstanding caster. She's been on a little bit of a break on casting, but she has constantly impressed every time that she comes back. She is... sorry, just a quick second. I just got a message. She is basically, every time that she's come back, it's always been with something new. It's always been with something, get it out of your system, guys. Something in Discord for you, Jessie Quill. Anyways, to go back to the beginning of Jess's shout out. She's an absolutely outstanding caster. Every time that she has sort of gone from, maybe a break on casting and come back, she's always had something new. She's always had a new perspective to offer. She's had something to share with people, a new spin on casting, a new thing to do, from parlor beads to a new game. I'm always excited to see what she has. I will let you guys know that there is a bit of there's a bit of content coming up that I think she might wind up being doing. It's also something in support of her partnership with Chrono GG. So definitely, if you're not following her, even if you've unfollowed for lack of activity or something like that, I would definitely recommend renewing that follow or following her if you haven't, because there's a lot of really interesting games coming down. By the way, Jess, you don't need to act on that thing I sent you in Discord. I just thought I'd give you some context. Definitely looking forward to seeing what she has to offer. She's, again, an absolute sweetheart. She's a major supporter of this cast, financially, emotionally. She has donated so much of her time to modding. I'm really grateful for it, because originally she was given the mod status for her kind of the friendship that we've grown over the time on Twitch. She is very largely the reason why I'm still on this platform, because there's certainly been no shortage of frustrations on it, and she's always been very good at kind of pulling me back from the ledge. And she is definitely one of the people who I wanted to share this game with, because I know her dad is very fond of the movie Lawrence of Arabia. With luck, maybe we can drag him in and he can experience the story with us. There's 3 chapters to this. It's the last of the short stories that the game has, and they've all been wonderful so far. So if you guys are on the fence about Battlefield 1, I've really enjoyed the single-player campaign. I've actually also done a little bit of the multiplayer, which I really enjoyed. But it is it's outstanding. All of the good reviews that you've heard about it are absolutely right. So, anyways. With that in mind, Jess is an incredibly special person, and she is the sort of person who I will both wait until she is available to cast a certain game for, and she is the sort of person who I will put that game on hold to bring to everyone's attention. So, with that in mind, we're now 15 minutes in. I think everybody who wants to see this is going to be in the channel, and let's spot some enemies.
A small patrol had joined the Ottomans who survived the crash. Together, they guarded the wreckage and waited for reinforcements.
Almost certainly there's someone there. Into the rooftop hatch. Spotted enemies are permanently marked on screen. This makes them easier to avoid or eliminate. Now we are on hard, and I've noticed that my ability to actually do stealth in this game is
A lone
pretty much
fighter has
non-existent.
just one advantage over a large enemy force. A lone fighter can move unseen.
Oh, I missed one.
We strive to do what we think is right, and push through those who would stop us from achieving this, no matter the cost. Though powerful and efficient, firearms would often attract attention. You had to be prepared for the Ottomans to respond in kind.
Can I go back to the melee weapon? Alright. So I think taking things slow is the way to go on this one. The drawback with... So this is actually an interesting thing. I'm sorry that I'm not going to be talking about Lawrence, but I think one of the things that is so interesting about how I play games on stream versus how I play in person, I don't mind staking out a level and waiting forever to sort of achieve the objective. But one thing that is kind of interesting to me is when I, crouching allows for silent movement, use up close behind enemies and melee them before they even know that you are there. I notice a big thing for me is that when I am casting, I have sort of this sense that I need to be quick. Otherwise, it gets a little bit dull. And then, of course, if I fail the mission, then I have to, spend all that time again. Now, that's very enjoyable for me playing a game alone, but it's absolute just death if I try to do it on cast. So I do my best to sort of wasn't caught. I do my best to kind of balance those two priorities, but it's definitely well on display on missions like this. I think if I let go of control, I'm going to stand up. Yep. Okay. So I'm just going to pause one more quick second. I just need to sort of realign my my windows so I can see things more appropriately. And I am very fond of the Frostbite engine. Obviously the visuals aren't everything, but boy do they make this worth it. Oh, I'm fucked. Alright, machine gun time! I'm not gonna survive this. There's a guy behind me too, so... Hello, Ricky Guitarist. You enjoy it more when casters take their time, like they would play by themselves. The caster is entertaining, then the stream is entertaining regardless. I appreciate that, guys. I mean, I think there is one thing to be said, is that I do have a little bit of a suspicion that even when you guys have seen... I mean, I can't know this for sure, right? But there is a possibility that what you have seen on casts and of casters taking their time is, again, them sort of... Oop, you can climb up onto low ledges, stand by the wall if you climb up. Well, thanks, game. I just don't want to take your objective yet. I want to make sure that there's no more Ottomans to deal with. So the trick is that the assumption here is that people, that the casters that you're watching aren't sort of operating on the same priorities as me. I think there's definitely a way to do a game overly cautious and make it look a little dull. This is largely because I've seen casters who have done this.
When your enemy has better weapons and better equipment than you, steal from your enemy.
But I'm certainly not going to turn around and say, like, so I'll put it to you this way, like, it is safe to say that I also like getting out of the problems that I wind up creating for myself from my mistakes. So even if I rush a little bit on some games, I don't consider it a devastating loss. Incidentally, I don't know why, but I've always been fascinated by and really like bolt-action rifles. There's just something about... I've loaded one, and it's just something about the motion is really just... I don't know, it's very attractive.
Come out! It's over! Well, you did not think we would be fast enough to catch you here, did you? Lawrence of Arabia.
Actually, I was rather depending on it.
Lawrence. Well, this is very clever. Now the hunter becomes the hunted. So who might you be? How enchanting you are, my dear.
Ahmed.
I'll show you enchanting. If it weren't for you, I'd be free.
Free, is it? You'll be free when you're dead. And I'm happy to tell you, the Empire intends to grant you all this freedom very soon. Even now, an engine of destruction scours this desert, obliterating your allies, your families, your homes. Soon there will be nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Soon all that you know, and all that you love, will be ashes. You will all be free to die. Oh, you animal!
Zara.
Oh.
Now, I understand that you would like nothing more than to strip the flesh from that man's feet and send him off into the desert naked to die. But think about it.
You're right.
I'm sorry. My friend here, she can be a little brusque.
You're going to tell me how to lie to your train, so we can lure it into a trap and destroy it.
Impossible. To even begin to talk to that train, you would need an entire book of communication codes.
Oh, like this one, you mean?
You can never stop the progress of machines. One day, the whole world will take your lands and the precious black gold beneath its sands.
We shall see, my friend.
Another solid opening.
Of course, obtaining the codebook was not enough. To destroy this Iron Dragon, this Canavar, as the Ottomans had named it, we had to send it 3 encrypted messages telling it to stand down. There were Ottoman outposts scattered along the railroad tracks. The commanders there carried high-priority message capsules. We had to use those to send our orders. Infiltrating the village wouldn't be easy. A full detachment of Ottoman soldiers had occupied it. The Ottomans had chosen an isolated location for their desert outpost. It seemed lightly defended. It was also well stocked with arms and equipment. The ancient ruins were all that remained of a civilization now lost to time. The Ottoman Empire brought in the modern world with a host of armored vehicles and field guns. 3 commanders to eliminate, 3 personal message capsules to be stolen, and then sent with our false orders. How Zara tackled this dangerous and audacious mission was up to her.
Hello, OCS 1 Spectre Recon any of the Ottoman strongholds. Not a problem at all. I'm always happy to have... Again, the important thing here is the job for me is to entertain as best I can. Whether or not you participate in chat is always fun for me to have things to react to. But in the end, the responsibility is my own to provide the fun. And I hope you enjoy it. It's I think you've been here since the start, OCS 1 Spectre. My apologies if I have that wrong. But this has got a really strong opening, and I am definitely interested. I know it says any of the strongholds. It's actually one thing I really like about... I mean, all of the missions sort of have some of these elements anyway, but I particularly like the importance of reconnaissance and stealth in the... in kind of the missions that are dealing a little bit more with what we would associate with an insurgency. And I mean, the game makes it pretty explicit that, you know, planning and stealth are what will take you through the day. So it's an obvious choice in terms of a mechanic, but I like again the great thing about this one is the multiplayer experience. I definitely I'm probably pretty bad as far as multiplayer is concerned, but
The Bedouin treasured their horses, and in return, those animals granted their riders unparalleled speed and mobility.
Here!
But it's a really wonderful way to right left cam. Oh, neat. I think it's a really interesting. It's a really nice way to introduce somebody into the mechanics. So in addition to telling really good stories, which all of these are, there's enough diversity in terms of the controls and in terms of the situations that you wind up in to you know, to get prepared for. All right, almost got caught there. So that's going to be the wrong approach. All right. So that wasn't sound then. That was him seeing my horse. I'm curious. I'm gonna do something kind of stupid, but I'm gonna see if I can get around the edge on this guy. Sorry, horse. Of course, I should be keeping in mind that it's the commander that needs to be eliminated. It's not necessarily everybody in the area, but... I think if I can get a silenced pistol, this would be good. Bingo. Actually, to Jess's earlier point about my romance with your American weapons, the Tommy gun is possibly the most aesthetically pleasing weapon I have ever seen. I think I'm getting caught anyway. Nope, made it. They are suspicious though, so let's just keep it cool. I am really tempted to try and go for a headshot, but I know if I miss, then it's going to alert the whole camp, and I'm not quite sure I'm ready to risk that yet. I think there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in terms of some easy stealth kills that I can do. It's actually another thing that kind of interests me about these scouting elements in the missions is that the levels seem to be designed in such a way that you can't get all the information in one go. So it actually gives you some reasons to sort of go from these different vantage points to sort of get the full picture. It's, I think, something I failed to appreciate before. It's definitely a touch I really like. Although it makes for a tough time trying to explain what I'm doing. I mean, I could try the sniper, but I think that'd be a little too loud. Well, God, it's a tough call, actually. I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to go around the edge and take some of the easy kills where I can. Ooh, nope, 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 stop charging. Alright, this will get very bad in a second. I mean, maybe I'll get lucky? I feel like he's gonna turn around any second. Just was going to say one thing I always find kind of funny. It's neat how you can sort of predict some chat things within the first couple of minutes of the cast. Wouldn't you agree? I tip my hat to you. That's why you're a mod. Alright. I'd love to ransack this thing, but I need to get a better idea of where this guy is looking, and more importantly, how I can maneuver to him without his buddies seeing me. At this point, I pretty much have to give up on recon, because I'm, like, all of this cover here I'm going to be using in order to do my, my stealth runs. But it also means that I'm not going to be able to... it also means I'm not actually going to be able to look around too much on this in this area. Is he peeing? I hope nobody's on that tank. By the way, one thing I love, I don't believe they gave any of the sounds a we? Oh my god, I'm turning you British. Oh shit! God damn it. Anyways, in the opening, in the prologue, I'm not entirely sure you were able to hear the audio of the Bedouin. I think it was very deliberately trying to make you think that you were playing Lawrence, which I think is a really cool touch. Ah, shit. How are you still alive, sir? You better run. You're in big trouble if I ever catch you. Armored enemies are highly resistant to gunfire. Explosives are far more effective. Well, good news for me. How you doing, Loveless? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here as always. Alright, it's not the most elegant solution, but you know what? This is probably my favorite mission so far as the two approaches. So like some of them felt like if you didn't do stealth, you were punished by a very difficult level. Alright. Should probably get my horse for this, but But in this one, I love the fact that, you know, I screwed up and then I was able to get a tank, and it was just as fun to run around making noise in the tank as it was to do the stealth element. I think especially in a game like that. So, like, obviously, it's not very realistic in games that you'll have somebody in the, you know, in the enemy base, and all of a sudden, you know, you're not able to,
A single order wouldn't be enough. Ottoman protocol required the message to be received in triplicate before the train would acknowledge it as genuine.
So, it's not very realistic if you're taking a, you know, a mission and, you know, some guy shows up in the middle of your base and they disappear for 5 minutes and everybody goes back to normal. But it's a good gameplay mechanic because it gives you sort of this reset button that no matter how bad you screw up, if you're able to sort of shake the trail, then you're going to make it out okay, and you'll get another attempt. So, you know, what they give up in terms of realism, they sort of give back in terms of enjoyable gameplay. For this one, they go the other route, which is to say that if you have, you know, if you've alerted a base, that base is going to be on alert until they have adequately dealt with the threat. But what they do instead is they say, you know, if you want to do the stealth approach, you're going to need to be good enough to do it. But if you don't do the stealth approach, don't worry, we've given you enough stuff that you're going to be able to accomplish the mission with a slightly more action hero kind of approach. Weird. I would have thought I could grab onto this ledge, but... The tenacity of the cockroach, damn it. All right. You know what I think this calls for, chat? Enough of that. There you go, it's just climbing on the wrong side. That wasn't intended for me, was it? Yeah, something tells me I'm not getting up here. Oh crap, I'm looking at my own broadcast. Okay, so there's one guy to be worried about. I probably should have taken the sniper rifle. Okay, so it's not giving me credit. Okay, it is giving me credit. Oh, I get it. They want me to hold on this for a little bit so they know I'm not just kind of glancing around. I feel a little more confident in my ability to stealth this one. But I also have a feeling that there's probably something here that's gonna surprise me. Yeah, see? I already got one guy looking at me. Alright. Yep, there he is. Jesus. Yeah, see, this is bullshit. You should not need multiple headshots. Oh well. I will work with what I've got. Sup? Oh, fuck you, dude. How did you know? Oh shit. Where's my horse? Let's at least make it worth watching.
We were putting a great deal of trust in Zara's capabilities, but I had complete confidence that she would carry the day.
Of course I was gonna do that at least once. Oh! Mechanized warfare is not exactly my idea of a good time. I hate the fact that I always get quiet on stealth elements and missions. I'm sorry, guys. Ooh, flamer. Okay. This is actually going to be a little trickier. So, I kind of need to make a decision on this one. On whether or not I'm going to try and go for a stealth approach here and potentially take on a flamethrower enemy, which is actually really difficult to deal with when you're in close range, or if I just accept that I'm not good at stealth and plan accordingly and go in loud. I'm still going to try for the stealth approach, but I think probably the way that I'll do this is to go from water tower to water tower. Because there is certainly more than 2 guys defending this place. It may be immersive, Jess, but I remember my least favorite moments in on Twitch have always been dude playing game in silence. Fortunately, though, unlike some of the indies, which I turn out to really enjoy, Battlefield does a great job on selling itself through its gameplay alone. I mean, it's a fantastic looking game. I've certainly said that enough, but I really cannot be said enough how genuinely impressive this game looks. It's really well designed. I mean, we're unfortunately at the point where we can't really take single-player campaigns for granted anymore. And this isn't necessarily new in gaming. I know a lot of people made a big deal about Rainbow Six Siege and Star Wars Battlefront not having single-player campaigns, but of course, while this isn't 100% equivalent, Quake 3 obviously sort of made a bit of a name for itself. Alright, time for crouch. I really want to get on one of these rooftops, but it's also a very likely place for an enemy to be, so maybe one of the outer rooftops just in case. Well, actually, see, the funny thing is an inner rooftop would be less likely to have an enemy, and the outer ones would likely be where the patrols are, but that's not necessarily where the game logic's going to take it. If you're wondering why I'm peeking at those things there, it's mostly just so I can sort of orient myself in the level. I tend to notice sometimes when I go up to binoculars, I sort of forget where I am. So it's a nice little visual shorthand for me to... By the way, that's not a gameplay recommendation, that's just me being kind of dumb. But hi, Roombroder, it's good to see you. There are really only 2 guys defending this place. There are more than 2 guys defending this place. He's gonna spot me, I know it. Two flamers. Yeah, one of the things we were talking about before, when we were playing this game, it was the what was the tank's name? Big Bess? Black Bess? Anyways, the tank one, the first story. One of the things that I love the most about the tank, or actually I guess I was talking about Quake 3, but Quake 3 basically, it had a single player experience in the sense that they put an AI in the game that you could fight against, because it wasn't granted that every single person who'd buy the game would have a constant internet connection. But they basically abandoned single player campaigns for that. And then I suppose you could make an argument that Unreal Tournament did a similar thing. I think they made a little bit more of an effort to try and make it a proper single player experience. But it sort of seemed to be a little bit of an abandoned approach until the latest batch with Battlefront and Siege. I'll admit I'm not 100% on it. I mean, Rainbow Six obviously was originally a Tom. I actually think he made the book to support the game, but it was a Tom Clancy book. And whoops, nothing to see here but us Bedouin. But I mean, there you can definitely make an argument for a story for Rainbow Six if one were so inclined, and I think pretty much all Star Wars fans have been really hoping for a good single-player Star Wars game, another good interactive Star Wars story. I think the hope is that with sort of the renewal of the series, or the franchise or what have you. I don't believe you can do a backward stealth kill on these guys. That's a really expensive mistake to find out, though. I also don't think any of these guys are the commander. Should probably be looking forward if I want to keep the stealth, though. This is definitely a more information mission. I mean, again, I can definitely go loud right away, but I don't think that will accomplish a whole lot. If it wasn't for the fact I don't know who the commander is, I would have said that I could believe that these were all of the units on the map. But the fact that I don't have a clear marker on who the commander is suggests to me that I'm missing a very important piece. And again, the big one is I haven't died yet on this one, which is encouraging. The real question that I have is, do I acknowledge the fact that it's going to be hard to stealth this, and I just take this guy's backpack and then I only have one flame trooper to deal with, one known flame trooper, or do I say I can find the commander, I haven't blown it on stealth yet, despite coming close, and I'm bound and determined, if not to succeed in stealth, then not to take the easy way out. Anyways, there's something I was going to say that wasn't related to single-player and multiplayer campaigns. Oh, the visual storytelling. So one of the things, I mean, it's a very common complaint nowadays to either talk about how every game is the same, or, you know, how it's all about technology and not about story. I think Battlefield 1's short stories, it's actually, I think, a really smart decision to go for little short stories rather than sort of the big sprawling campaigns that you'll see. Even in the existing Battlefield games, right? You've got Blackburn and Battlefield 3. I haven't played 4 yet. So I suspect you probably don't play the same guy in Battlefield 4. But especially for this one, like the really strong opening where you take on a new person each time you die, I don't think they See, they didn't do that for the rest of the stories, although I'm not entirely sure that's a big condemnation on them, because I think it's fine to have short stories where you want the main character to go, just, you want to sort of follow a given perspective. And I mean, we've had everything from an unreliable narrator to, a true hero. I think the only real complaint that I've had in terms of stories being matched with gameplay is at the end of the Gallipoli story, when you have a noble sacrifice at the end. Especially if you play on hard, there's a very difficult sort of swarm that comes after you. It took me a lot of tries to get right. And then in the end, you get shot at the dramatically appropriate moment. So it's just a little dissatisfying to have so much effort go into getting to this rather minor objective, only to turn around and say, well, you know what, it would have been okay. Like, if you think about it, like, is it any less dramatically appropriate that I get shot in the context of playing the game than me getting shot in a cutscene? I think if I open this shutter, I'm asking for a world of pain. But anyways, on the technology point, the little things like the visual cue, the pristine white gloves of the chauffeur, and the bloodied hands at the end of the tank story. In terms of cinema, there's been over 100 years of development and practice in terms of... Aha. There is a lot more than I thought. I think I'm actually going to have to start taking some lives here. It's going to be tricky, though. So there's over 100 years of sort of just this grammar that's been developed in terms of visual storytelling. And we've grown increasingly sophisticated in our ability to digest visual narratives. I mean, as annoying as commercials are, they're actually a very focused, it's kind of the essence of film that's distilled, and it's become even more relevant today, because now you can't necessarily take it for granted that people will even be watching for 30 seconds. I mean, YouTube, some you're going to be able to skip after 5 seconds. And so there's a new challenge that's been presented to filmmakers, which is, can you make your point visually in 5 seconds? Now, I would argue maybe at the time that this story is taking place, audiences wouldn't. They would not understand what they were seeing. But nowadays, 5 seconds is actually more than enough time to make your point. For some things, obviously for complicated ideas, that's a bit much to ask for. But the nice thing that engines have permitted us to do, and I think probably we'll get some great examples of this in another EA game, Mass Effect Andromeda. I have a feeling that we're only going to be seeing more of these sort of storytelling techniques kind of come to the fore as engines keep getting better, and we're able to sort of create these credible worlds like we have in here. I mean, just because this is the fun thing, right? Is that even though it takes place in history, it's the best looking and the most realistic of all the Battlefield games. Certainly a game series that has not exactly been shrinking away from putting on impressive displays of technology. I think I need to go on the other side and take them from there. I'm gonna make too much noise for this. Okay, nobody's spooked except for me. I'd love to use the silencer here, but I think we know what happens when I do that.
Demedi deme. Bu yüzbaşı benim başımı yakacak. Ne yaptıysam artık.
Yeah, I just don't see any way of going from this angle. And I know I've been here before. Alright. Run for it, my friend. Alright. This is gonna get bad. I was okay with those guys going off on a wild goose chase. This guy might actually blow the whole thing. I'm still not going for the machine gun just because I do want to hold out hope that my my stealth run will pan out. All right. So we are back to normal. Oh, thought we were back to normal. Looks like we got suspicious ones. I suspect if he finds a body, it's all over. This is so dangerous. So Flamer's looking the wrong way, which is good. If this guy turns around, I'm fucked. Ah! Alright, Flamer's just become a big problem. I don't believe you can, Ricky Guitarist, which makes it quite complicated. Well, I've got a machine gun, if it goes bad. So far, I'm okay. We'll see if the suspicious guy has direct line of sight on me. He does not. Ooh. There's my target. Alright, we're just YOLOing it. Yep, there are some suspicious people coming to get me. Pick it up. And I think... Okay, so he's heading up. Whew. I just gotta get to a spot where I can get the heat off me. So yeah, Flame Guy is suspicious. This is Storytime Bandit code. What if I meant it in both contexts, Jesse Quill? Actually, Time Bandit code, I'll admit, I would be absolutely floored if this was multiplayer. This would be the coolest multiplayer ever. If, Okay, again, Flame Troopers making me miserable. I think I can pull it off, though. So Time Bandit code, these are short stories, so if you get to the last one, if you get to the last campaign, like the only thing that you're missing is the chapters of the campaign. We're on about chapter 2 here, but if you don't want to watch, obviously it's not gonna...
Well, you see, the message had already been sent, my dear. Not the message you would have wanted. Lawrence was such a good host. It almost seemed rude to escape. I made sure to note the location of Lawrence's camp, of course. Which means the train knows too. Twice, you told that train everything was clear. But I told it exactly where to attack. The beast has your scent, my dear. And it's coming to slaughter you and your little band of rebels. First, the firestorm from the cannon. Then, up close with the troops to slaughter any survivors. The legend of Lawrence of Arabia dies tonight.
Hello, Dynamite. Thank you very much for the host. Yeah, so if you want...
Just in time. Kilkichi was a fool to think we'd ever stay after he escaped.
The carnival won't stop hunting us.
No, it won't. Let me think.
The train's coming a long way.
El Canoe, my
So
friend.
we'll have
Thanks
to
for
stop to
stopping
take
by.
on water. That's where we strike.
Agreed. I'll deal with any sentries, then rig explosives on the track.
Yes, and I'll rally our fighters.
When I blow the lines, the train will be trapped. So when you hear the blast, you need to attack them with everything you have.
It's good. But you know that there's a chance the men may not come. You may set off those explosives and find you're out there all alone. You know that.
I guess I won't know either way until I set it off.
It's all good, El Canoe. I'm talking during it anyway. This game's really good.
Man makes plans and God laughs. As it turned out, the small town where we would ambush the train had a significant enemy presence. Those troops would have to be dealt with before the explosives could be set.
All right, guys, I want to take a quick minute here and shout out a very... First of all, Dynamite is... I actually was unclear from our last conversation about this, Dynamite. I think you said you were primarily a YouTuber, but I know you're quite active on Twitch as well. But I did also want to take a minute and... you actually, by the way, feel free to link your YouTube inside here if you'd like. I know I don't do a lot of YouTube content, so I'm really bad at shouting that out. But we've got... El Canoe, who I hope a lot of you already know, and I definitely am never going to get tired of shouting out. Sorry, guys, just have to deal with my modding problems. You've pretty much stopped all YouTube. Oh dear, so you're locked into this. Locked into this platform. But guys, El Canoe is my favorite and also only, but don't let that discourage you. He is an outstanding French caster. I really do mean it when I say I encourage you guys to follow him. I encourage you to check him out because I won't even call it a language barrier. We were actually talking about nonverbal communication and how games have become more powerful in the stories that they can tell because of their adoption of cinematic techniques. And El Canoe just absolutely kills it whenever he does a cast. He's really funny. He's a lot of fun to watch. He does a really big range of games. I actually got to see a special cast that he's done, which I believe he's called YOLO Canoe. He basically, he has got a Steam library which I would almost describe as sinful. This man has got more games than I ever thought possible for a single person to own. And by the way, he does giveaways like every 10 followers, so that's another reason why you should be checking him out. Please don't do it just for that reason. But I got to see him play a couple of games more or less chosen at random from his vast library. It was a lot of fun to watch. I have long said, and I have always suspected, that El Canu really could cast anything and make it look incredibly fun and just, make sure that everyone has a great time. And now that he's doing this YOLO Canoe program, apologies if I did it wrong, I actually have empirical evidence that he does this. So again, he is not even a hidden gem on Twitch anymore. His channel is growing. I am extremely happy to see more and more people check him out. But he's an outstanding caster. He is, again, a lot of fun to watch. He has got a tremendous sense of humor, but he's also got a very kind heart. I always feel very welcome whenever I'm hanging out in his channel. I know you guys will feel very welcome as well. And one of the things that I can just say, I know it's a bit of a tendency for some people in this channel, especially at the late at night casts, for people to just kind of turn it on and keep it on as the background. El Canu is not all just amazing shouts and moments of comedic brilliance. He actually is, again, very engaging in his normal speech. So I would make the argument that if you guys enjoy turning on my stuff and just listening to it as background noise, this is as much of an argument to watch El Canu as well. He really kind of covers every single base. I think the only thing that I could claim that I have a unique a unique sort of perspective or a unique edge on in terms of El Canu is that, so far as I can tell, he has not incorporated economics into one of his casts yet. That is really the only thing that I think I've done that he hasn't. Everything else that I've done, not only has he done it better than me. So again, between him and Jesse Quill, these are two of my absolute favorite casters on Twitch. I haven't seen Johnny Big Time speak inside of the channel here, but he fills out the trilogy. But again, El Canu is a very deeply valued member of the community, and a lot of people from his channel have actually stopped by, which is deeply flattering because I know I am an Anglophone. My French is not strong enough to even consider doing a normal cast on. And El Canu is, he could actually be a wonderful English caster if he chose, but I love the fact that there are people who are able to watch extremely talented casters in their native language, and so I always want to take that moment to support El Canu. I think he's got a great channel, full stop, and the fact that we have such talent from different in the different language groups is even better. It actually is probably one of the most encouraging things that I've seen on Twitch. So there are definitely casters who are better than others, El Canu, but I will gladly take the compliment. I would not be so wretched as to not take your very kind words, but I appreciate it. Anyways, guys, definitely please do follow these people. They're wonderful casters, and they are very deserving. First of all, Jess, Johnny, El Canu, these are people who are extremely hardworking casters. It is very hard if you haven't cast before. It's actually it's very hard to quantify how much effort it takes to do a cast. Now, clearly, I mean, there's not a lot of money to be made in this unless you're very fortunate. So clearly people do this for fun, for the pleasure of it. And there's no disputing that. But it is absolutely worth recognizing what is giving. For instance, one thing that makes El Canu different from Jess and myself is he is a family man, and so it's worth. I believe I've seen a couple of family members. I know I've seen you speak to your daughter off. I don't think she actually came on camera though, but it's worth remembering, especially in the case of a caster like El Canu, right? Every minute spent casting is time that could be spent with the family. who is just as charming as the caster, at least so far as the glimpses that I've gotten a chance to see on the cast. And so the behind-the-scenes cost, you know, not necessarily knowing what's happened to a caster, you know, the minute before they went online, it's a difficult thing to consider, right? It's not something that you normally put into your thoughts when you... All right, this could be good for me if he goes the wrong way. I think I screwed up. Nope, we're good. But yeah, these, again, the costs of things are measured through what you give up for them. And again, when I look at, you know, so in the case of Jess, going between jobs, El Canoe, traveling across an ocean to take an exciting job in the States. All of these things are not things that come... In fact, it's actually a testament to their casting abilities, that these are things that you don't see on the broadcast, because they're focused on entertaining, even if their lives are going through a certain degree of upheaval. Even if it's positive stuff, right? I mean, moving is never fun. But it's definitely really impressive to see them so consistently entertain, no matter what's going on. So, another reason for me to shout out the lovely Miss Jessie Quill and the lovely El Canoe. They came on for New Year. I missed it. No problem, Jessie Quill. Of course, whenever you decide to cast, I benefit, because I get to, 1, behave like a complete bastard in your chat, and 2, I actually get to have a lot of fun watching you. I think I'm ready to pick up the hatchet. I think I'm just going to go for my fancy knife. I legitimately do not remember... Oh, destroy all the Ottoman vehicles. So I pretty much have to go loud on this one. So at least I got some anti-tank weapons.
When facing armored opposition, we often use the Ottomans' own weapons against them.
So
tank grenades, field guns, whatever we could lay our hands on.
Ah, shit. Surprise! Alright. So the good news is, at least I've got some... Ah, crap. At least I got some intel, but this is gonna be tricky. Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm living. All right. Yeah, that was all kinds of awful. Still not bad. That was the first death on this story.
Plans and God laughs.
Oh, not a problem at all, Johnny.
Town where we would ambush the train had a significant
only reason I mentioned you a couple times. I didn't want to shout you out without knowing you were in the chat. What do you think of the story so far? If you've had a chance to watch it, I know Rainbow Six sometimes makes some demands on our attention. But while you're doing that, and I'm just gonna again drink in the intel. So the big thing here, even though I have a rough idea of where all the enemies are, I want to take this time to actually tag them with the binoculars, because that's going to mean the difference between my ability to run off somewhere and escape, and get caught in a crossfire. Okay, armored is going to be a problem. I don't think these vehicles are arranged in a way that I can actually take them out with their own guns. Let's find out. Anyways, guys, to fill out my trilogy of favorite casters, we got Johnny Big Time in the house. He has been absolutely a complete champ with Dragon's Dogma. He's really making me want to play it, actually. But he has been taking on that game for the full, basically for the full value. It is a big game. He makes it, again, just like Jess, just like El Canu. Makes it look easy. Makes it look like a lot of fun. You know, maybe Dynamite's the way to go this time. As long as I can get close enough to him, of course. But yeah, he's somebody also. I mean, I always point out his smack talk. He's incredible at it. It's some of the biggest laughs that I've had on Twitch come from his ability to just completely cut somebody off at the knees verbally. And you know, obviously it's a game character. Although I've seen him deal with trolls, and I was laughing the entire time. But yeah, I do sort of, I sort of feel bad for any troll that comes into his channel, because he has a way with words. But yeah, he's just another outstanding caster. He is definitely somebody who I really value having inside of the channel. He's somebody who is, you know, whenever I come into his channel, I get a really wonderful shout out. I always sort of feel that I need to up my game every time I hear him. And he's also actually very forbearing. So I've started to adopt some of
the village had to be dealt with before we could push on with our plan to destroy the train.
Jesus, game, backseat me more. I've actually started to kind of adopt some of my my trollish nature from Jesse's channel into Johnny's, and he's been a good sport about it. So I suppose patience is one of the virtues of his that I should be praising as well. Oh, nonsense, Johnny! I've felt like $1,000,000 every time you shout me out. All right. So my hope here is that I'm going to be able to lay multiple charges. Oh, okay. So right click. There we go. All right. So I can basically trigger multiple. Dynamite charges at once. Okay, so the threat's gone. Just gotta be careful because I pulled him away from his normal route. Now, Johnny, have you seen... I know I mentioned Lawrence of Arabia partly because I knew I was going to do this, but have you seen the... Actually, so, who here has seen the film Lawrence of Arabia? How many film snobs do I have in the chat? That's unfair. It's definitely not... it's definitely not hoity-toity to watch Lawrence of Arabia. By the way, my prediction is that I'm actually going to be able to stealth this perfectly fine up until the point that I use the left mouse button, which detonates the charge to place the dynamite, rather than the appropriate choice of the right mouse button. Alright, I'm not going to kill this guy because I think I can place the charge without triggering him. Nice. Ah, shit. So they notice if you drop the dynamite. I'm actually tempted to just take the horse and run, but... You know, guys, so... The best thing about Lawrence of Arabia is to see it on the big screen, because it was shot in 70mm film, and there are scenes where it is very deliberately shot to make a human being just barely visible as a speck on the edge of the desert. and move up to the camera. It's a sight to behold, and just even seeing it on like a high definition DVD doesn't really do it justice. I've had the good fortune of being able to see
Those
Lawrence of
troops
Arabia.
in the village had to be dealt with before we could push on with our
Jesus, Lawrence. Backseater much? But it's honestly, it's a long movie, but I would argue it is one of the classics that actually holds up very well for the modern day. Now, full disclosure, I am a huge fan of old movies. You know, I actually consider it a shame that I have not mentioned Paths of Glory, which is one of my favorite World War I movies, while playing a World War I game. Although, I'm not allowed to mention it because it was banned in France for a very long time. The soundtrack is outstanding, Jess. I actually, for the overture, when I first started playing Battlefield 1, I used the overture from Lawrence of Arabia. This is going to be very hard. So I think the first round is just getting eyes on things. Ah, shit. I can... I know there's a way to drop a shell casing. I just don't remember what the button is. This is so stupid of me. Enjoy your breakfast. Clear the Are you fucking kidding me? Paths of Glory was banned because of its portrayal of the French generals in World War I. It's a film about the about kind of a failed assault where some French generals used artillery on their own troops to try and motivate them out of the trenches. I believe the film was made around the 50s, so it's also important to consider the political climate in France at the time. So, to answer our previous question, if I used the sniper rifle, I would not have triggered a response.
Once Zara secured the town, the trap could be set for the arriving train.
Elorans! Shut it! Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think is most interesting about Battlefield, I don't know if they will do it, but the number of stories that can be told about World War I. Now, that is not to shortchange the ones that they've done so far, because all of the single-player campaigns so far have been really good. But the number of stories that have been left untold about World War I gives them a lot of runway for any future single-player content if they were so inclined. I think the one problem is, though, is that I don't think there's enough money in the in the single player content to justify the attention. Because again, like we were saying, the cost is measured not just by what you incur to produce, but what you give up to make instead. And the fact of the matter is, I mean, one need only look at, let's say the console sales for in-game or in-app purchases for Grand Theft Auto on consoles. Sorry, I said consoles multiple times. But the numbers kind of speak for themselves on these things. Like, people want to pay for multiplayer content. I mean, there's people who will only ever consider Battlefield to be a multiplayer game and the single-player content to be an afterthought. Alright. Well, there's the alert. Ah, shit. Forgot to reload. Shit. Thanks for standing still. Ah, well, that was optimistic anyway. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Also worth mentioning, guys, I only have 13 shots in this rifle. I could possibly ditch the sniper rifle, but... Ah!
Once Zara secured the town, the trap could be set before
I have no idea how to use these things. Oh, cool! I can't wait to use this as multiplayer. Alright, I gotta get out of here. Let me go! Alright. Note to self, don't use the mortar. Ricky Guitarist, I have not read the entirety of Seven Pillars of Wisdom. I have not heard of Zara outside of this game. Alright, looks like they are alerted to me, which is going to be a problem. Let's try and make the most of the sniper rifle for now. Oh, Jesus, and I've lost all my, Ah, shit. Yeah, I've lost all my, scouting on them, too. This is gonna be grim. Alright, I'm gonna get inside the city first. So I at least have a fighting chance to, Oof. They are close. Oh, come on. Oh, hello, armor guy. Because I'm playing on hard mode, Johnny Big Time. But yeah, so Ricky Guitarist, I can't say if Zara is a historical figure or not. Okay, so first priority is to get inside the village, otherwise I'm done for. Yeah, that was a mistake to even try. Not gonna be able to turn that around in time. Hello. Alright. So I'm I'm in slightly better shape. Not what I need. Maybe. Rocket gun. I'm tempted to take the horse, but I think that's just setting myself up for massive disappointment. They can see me and I can't see them, so time for a new spawn. Alright, so 2 shots for an enemy is not a ratio I really like. Only 7 left. I need to start using my bayonet if I can. Jesus, alright, that's the armored guy. Get shanked, son! Okay, screw the mortar. I gotta find the armored guy. Oh, come on. Let's get some distance between me and that guy. What I'm shooting at? There's a guy in the trees. I will admit, this is, I like the design of this level. It's exciting to run through, but it's not, oh, son of a bitch. Jump off! I don't even know where that's coming from. Fuck. That muffled voice has to... There we go. Enjoy your breakfast. You're kidding me. Rockets are melee weapons, even in World War I. By the way, I'm really sorry about this, guys. Johnny Big Time is the originator of Enjoy Your Breakfast. It is the only reason I'm using it. I have had a lot of complaints for a long time about people ripping off other casters. I am not ready to steal Johnny Big Time's catchphrase from him. That is definitely a coinage of his, which I will only ever use in his presence. But with that in mind, I think it's a wonderful line to use on Armored Dude. Alright. I think I'm going to use this break to try and get some intel if I can. I feel like there should be a lot more guys than are currently chasing me. But I might also have been a little more effective at killing them than I thought. All this dynamite. So I have a feeling there'll be at least one and a machine gun nest. Oops. See, that water tower is a good spot for me to go to. But I don't think this was exploded before. So yeah, actually destructible terrain is a big thing. I believe this was an innovation from Battlefield 4, so it's not unique to this game. But it's the first I've experienced it because I have not played Battlefield 4 yet. Okay, well, I hear them, and I'm pretty sure I see one. Nope. Alright, you know what? Let's see if I can make use of... I'm almost certain they're behind that. Well, somebody saw me. I'm almost certain that's a guy.
Once Zara secured the town, the trap could be set for the arriving train.
Oh, this is great. I was really hoping I would get to do one of these train attacks. Where are the field guns? I was really hoping I would get a chance to do one of the actual train attacks. All right then. Don't pay attention to the the dual tips. Our tactics were always hit and run, not pushes, but stroke. Ah. So I don't know if it ever got as elaborate as that, Johnny Big Time, but there is actual sort of historical precedence for using something like that. The raids on the trains were actually a big problem. Oops. Oh shit. Alright, so that's not just an artillery problem. But yeah, so they absolutely set up trap trains because the efforts of the Arabs against the Ottoman supply lines were a genuine problem. Where are the field guns? Damn it! I'm gonna get fucked again. Are you kidding me? They've got ground troops too. Holy smokes. This is a tough A tough this has to be the closer. Yeah, that's the train's health. Again, keep in mind this is hard mode, and I know Battlefield, for me at least, has always had a little bit of a problem with its hard mode balance. Alright, if I can aim at those turrets, so much the better, but... Alright then! So I get 2 shots. We never tried to maintain or... So in this case, I'm actually specifically going to be targeting the turrets. Ooh, I blew it. I gotta get out of here. Okay, good to go now. Get out of there! Okay, that's good, we got one of the turrets off. Fuck me. Oh shit. I meant to use the rocket grenade. The rocket launcher. I'm still trying to figure out whether or not those planes are friendly or not. I'm going to assume no. I think I know how to do this though. Alright, let's just take the ladder like a normal person. So definitely had the right idea with popping the top off those turrets, and I definitely want to be working on the machine guns over the mortars. Alright, I think I get one more before I have to get out of there. Whoops. Ah! That may be a clip, but that's not going to do as well as the Gallipoli mission where I took the wrong path off the boat. Alright, early damage first. I'll aim at a turret second, and then I'm getting the hell out of there. Okay, that was a good hit. Let's not squander it. Run for your lives, my friends! There's no hope! Oh yeah, there really isn't hope. There's gotta be a way I can deal with those things. No. Fuck me! Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Jesus, that's close. Okay, guys, this game is amazing, and you need to buy it. Out of ammo. Okay. There is nothing quite like playing a World War I game where you hear a plane go over your head and destroy the building in front of you. Like, this... I hope it is as exciting to watch as it is to play, but this is unbelievably good. Alright, got another rocket. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't reach it from here. Ah! Was it really 50% off? Oh, fuck me! That was like Han Solo charging into the stormtroopers. Fortunately, the more cover they pulverize, the better shots I have on the train. I've got to do something about these mortars. Oh shit, we gotta get out of here. I'm not ready to use the horse yet. Oh, this is so dangerous to do, but... Oh no! You just need one hit and you're done on that. Okay, I'm gonna try a strategy this time of going for the mortars. Just because those are insta-kills, they actually keep me from, you know what, take targets of opportunity. Where's the next gun? Please make it count. Nah, this isn't gonna work. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Limpet charge. I gotta keep the rocket gun. There's no way I'm getting close enough to the train for that. I still want to be focusing on mortars, but obviously if I can do some damage to the train, it's better than just standing there waiting for him to kill me. Oh, there was a gun. Where is it? Jesus. There's nothing more stressful than hearing that sound. But yeah, so the catch is, sometimes it's the mortars, sometimes it's the planes, I think. Okay. I'm gonna take a slightly different approach with the... I'm gonna just dump these dynamite sticks. Alright. That's a nice quarter of the health. Okay, I think it's safe now. No, this is gonna fuck me. Now it should be good. Get out of there. Oh my god, I can't believe I lived. Shit. Okay, I'm probably gonna get one on this thing. Make it count. I think I'm gonna be okay to fire this once. Yep, that would have fucked me. There. Okay, that's not heading towards me. Oh god, it's gonna take me too long to get there though. That's gotta kill it. Oh shit, it's still up. Okay. Okay, it's moving, so I'll have a quick second to... You know what? I think I'm just gonna take the shot I can. Alright, we're making some progress. Unfortunately, I'm out of explosives for the next little bit, so I gotta run from cache to cache until I can find some. Okay, better than nothing. Get out of there. Not good enough. Gotta do. How do I get close enough to this fucking thing, though? I think I can get one more. Nope, get out of there, get out! Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, if I can get close enough to it, these things are actually gonna do a ton of damage to it. Can't believe I'm doing this. Okay, I think that's moving, so this will give me a chance to... I can't fire this, fuck. Do I have any more... No dynamite. I need more explosives. Alright, there's a mortar, or a, some artillery. Excellent. That's another rocket gun. Okay, so I'm going to take out the turrets first, because those are going to be one of my bigger problems now that we're up close. Okay, we are very close to taking this thing down. So rule number 1 on this is survival. I got very lucky there. Fuck, more Ottomans. I just need to get a clear run. Okay, you know what? This is time for the horse. I got 6 dynamite that I can use on this thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hope I've got more of those. I don't like the... We're close. We're very fucking close. I just basically got to get up there and fire one more off without dying. Oh my god, it's still not enough! Oh, yes it is. That is a very satisfying win.
How did you find it, Lara?
And you're right, we do need to think bigger, act bigger. Maybe even the Suez Canal. Tell me, what do you know about battleships?
The end of the Great War saw the Ottomans driven from Arabia. However, the empires of Britain and France reneged on their promise of Arab independence. T.E. Lawrence remains a figure of controversy. The war for oil continues to this day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the single-player campaign for Battlefield 1. I will let you enjoy the nice orchestral version of the Battlefield theme. Yeah, Johnny Big Time, it was exceptional. I really liked it. I'm sorry that the end of that final campaign basically just consisted in a long stream of me swearing. But I think that is one of the things that makes this a really effective single-player campaign, is that to have the mayhem going on around you, to see the explosions, the destruction of the terrain, you know, not really knowing what's going to be around the corner. It's amazing. Now, Elkanu, I got a quick question for you. Have you seen the prologue to this game? Because I know I've done it on stream before, but I love showing people how this game starts. I know most of you have, I think. But I'm willing to do one last ride on this. You did not. Okay, Elkanu, I am going to show you how this game starts. This thing has got one of the most intense openings to a game that I've seen. You saw the pigeon. Okay. So guys, you don't get to see these stories first. I'm actually tempted just to do the single player campaign again, to be honest. Maybe I'll do an encore if oh shit. Okay, I'm going to do Remember Us first, and then we're going to start... actually, you know what? I'm going to do Storm of Steel. I'm going to show you guys how the thing starts, and then we'll watch the final message. And then I think maybe we will do an informal poll to see what story was the favorite. And maybe we'll do an encore before I move on to another game. But yeah, I definitely want to show, for those of you who haven't seen the opening, you don't get to see these stories at the start. You just start on Storm of Steel. I want to see the tart too, Jesse Quill. A desperate German breakthrough threatens the position held by the 369th Infantry, the Harlem Hellfighters. Battlefield 1 is based upon events that unfolded over 100 years ago. More than 60 million soldiers fought in the war to end all wars. It ended nothing. Yet it changed the world forever. What follows is frontline combat. You are not expected to survive.
We came from all over the world. So many of us thinking this war would be our rite of passage, our great adventure. Let me tell you, it was no adventure. New killing machines, like the tank, changed the shape of the war overnight. Luckily, they were mostly on our side. Mostly.
The boys of the church are overrun. We need to push through. PBI are counting on us. Use the MG! Sweep the ground! Keep going, driver! That's our flying boys up there! Keep your eyes on the ground, son! They're moving in from the trenches! Use that machine gun! Mow them down! We've got them on the run! Push on! Forward! For king and country! We'll chase Fritz all the way back to Berlin! Welcome to Karapar! We're just a big fat target for that thing! Move, driver! Go around! If you get a clear shot on that blasted field gun, you take it! Hold on! We're pushing through! Good job! Let's open a path for our lads! Take out the cannon! Stay focused, men! Push on, damn it! We're almost through! Fire at anything that moves! We're gonna make it! Shit! Incoming!
Instead of adventure, we found fear. And in war, the only true equalizer is death. They push. We push. Every once in a while, we push hard enough that the light breaks through the clouds. in a world beyond the war glimmers, just out of reach. The war is the world, and the world is the war. But behind every gun sight is a human being. We are those people. We are the jaded, and we are the naive. We are the honorable and the criminal. We are the bound for legend and the lost to history. We are the knights of the sky, the ghosts in the desert, and the rats in the mud. These are our stories.
So sorry I gave you the audio with both barrels there, but I knew I wasn't going to be doing any talking over that intro. But Johnny Big Time, you're probably already in bed, but definitely wanted to do that intro for those who hadn't seen it. And
read, for lack of a better word. Good.
Don't stop streaming and shit.
Thank you so much, whoever donated that. I feel like that should just go straight to EA. Because there wasn't a whole lot that I did during that intro. But thank you very much for that donation, Anonymous. I will absolutely do my best to keep streaming. But I will maybe leave my commentary for the end, and we are going to watch the closing message, seeing as we have finished Remember Us.
One day, all this will be over. The war to end all wars will be won by one side or the other. The guns will rust, grass will grow, and there'll be nothing left of any of this. The land will heal itself, as everything does in the end. We'll be long gone by then, but maybe not forgotten. History only remembers 1 in 1,000 of us. Then the future will be filled with stories of who we were and what we did, how we lived, how we fought, and how we died. When this is all over and the war is won, they will remember us. But until that day comes, we will stand. We will look death in the eye. And we will fight.
So, I will let the good people who worked on this get their credit. I will put the volume down a little bit. For those of you who hadn't seen the intro before, I would love to know what you thought of that. And I'd also love to hear, so I think there's 12 of you in the channel right now. I don't know about active chatters, but for those of you who've seen some of these stories, whether you've seen them on my stream or not, I'd love to do an encore of whatever story you thought was your favorite, or whichever one you'd like to see again. I can obviously commentate what I thought about it. I mean, again, there's a lot of things. It's very hard to top that introduction in my view. And I think it was a very smart decision on their part to break it up into five short stories. And they're good stories in and of themselves. They've got nice imagery. They've got interesting characters. You know, there's a lot of care that went into making this. And it's not just, I mean, it actually serves as a very good introduction to the mechanics of the online game. But they really do stand as good little war stories in their own right. And I had high expectations when I went into this, but I was genuinely surprised, even on top of my already high expectations playing this. I really, really enjoyed the single-player campaign. Now, I mean, I also really like my playthrough of Battlefield 3. So, I mean, I am easy to please in some regards, but I thought as far as telling some specific World War I stories, they did a nice job. And each of the 5 stories had sort of its nice little... It had its own nice flavor. It wasn't just, you know, this is the airplane story where you fly airplanes. Like, it had its own little character. Sometimes it would be directly related to sort of the greater theme in terms of what was brought up with the you know, in history. Other ones would just be a good story sort of in their own right. But I really only have good things to to say about this. I think maybe to reiterate something I said before, like the only complaint that I could give would just be the fact that there's a mission. El Canu, I've played Valiant Hearts. I thought that was a wonderful game too. Actually, I think Valiant Hearts has a lot more in common with Paths of Glory than maybe Battlefield 1 does. Oh, MechWarrior 2 is a good one, Runebroder. I think that was my first MechWarrior game. It is El Canu, and I particularly love their ability to do visual storytelling. Another thing that I loved, so I think there's actually 2 really good approaches to World War I between Valiant Hearts and Battlefield 1. So Valiant Hearts is a smaller game. I think it's Ubisoft Montpellier. I probably pronounced the studio wrong, but it's a smaller scale budget. It's a very wonderful story, and what it does is it gives you little bits of history in between in the game, and you can sort of unlock these. You can unlock these little details. And it's, I'd say probably like a puzzle platformer is the best way that I could define Valiant Hearts. Beautiful game in its own right. And the way that it sort of educates you on history is to have these little segments that you can click on and you can read. And Montpellier? I'll have to hear you say it on stream, I think. Oh yeah, of course, because if it's like Mount? Oh, Modern Warfare, sorry. Puzzle Brawler. Yeah, actually that's a good point. So in the case of Valiant Hearts, it interlaces the story with bits of history and photographs and kind of I should really just let the Australian music go by and finish my thoughts. All right. So I was talking about the two different approaches of these two games. So in the case of Valiant Hearts, which can sort of afford to take its time a little bit and interleave the history in terms of sort of a scrapbook of the events that occurred, it confronts you directly with live photos and some bits of history that you may not know. In the case of Battlefield 1, it also does this, although it leaves it as unlockable things to discover with your codex entries and little bits that you see in between the individual stories that are given. However, I do think in the case of Battlefield it's the appropriate approach because it's an action game. It kind of needs to keep things moving. And the last thing that you want to do is present history and World War I and such an important and a very largely understudied war. You don't want to just be rushing past it in the name of getting to the next action sequence. And so I think the biggest thing for Battlefield 1 that I hope, and I think is probably the case, would be that this is a game that hopefully it sort of inspires people, having gone through these stories and having such a good ride. It motivates people to go and do some research, whether this is to look up a Wikipedia article or to, all right, have a good one, El Canoe. Thanks a lot for stopping by. And guys, please, if you're not following El Canoe, definitely check out his channel. He's an outstanding caster, and I always look forward to being able to catch him. Have a wonderful night, El Canoe, and I'll see you next time in your place, probably. So my hope here, of course, is that with a new generation being exposed to Battlefield 1, maybe even if that starts a Wikipedia search and they maybe go and pick up a book following it, they'll move forward. But I think the last thing, having gone through this stories, and I would love to have some votes in terms of which of these war stories we're going to use as an encore, but I thought one of the most important things that came out of World War I is the poetry. And Wilfred Owen is certainly a very famous example of it. But Wilfred Owen was in awe of a poet, Siegfried Sassoon, who actually wrote a letter saying that he could no longer support the war and was committed to a mental asylum for it. Owen was actually held in the same asylum for shell shock. And so I thought I would do Twitch be damned. Thought I would do one of each. So both of these are people who fought in World War I, and these are poems by soldiers inside World War I. So we've got A Whispered Tale by Siegfried Sassoon. I'd heard fool heroes brag of where they'd been, with stories of the glories that they'd seen. But you, good simple soldiers, seasoned well, in woods and posts and crater lines of hell, who dodge remembered crumps with wry grimace, endured experience in your queer kind face, fatigues and vigils haunting nerve-strained eyes, and both your brothers killed to make you wise. You had no babbling phrases, what you said was like a message from the maimed and dead. But memory brought the voice I knew, whose note was muted when they shot you in the throat, and still you whisper of the war and find sour jokes for all those horrors left behind. Hello, Mr. Franz. And then one of the most famous World War I poems comes from Wilfred Owen, and in fact Siegfried Sassoon helped him complete this. But for those of you who've not heard it, this is probably one of the most famous and most important poems to come out of the First World War from somebody in the trenches, and I think it's pretty clear when you consider the content that's in this. It's called Dulce e decorum est. Bent double like old baggers under sacks, knock-kneed, coughing like hags, we cursed through the sludge, till on haunting flares we turned our backs, and towards our distant rest began to trudge. Men marched asleep, many had lost their boots, but limped on bloodshod. All went lame, all blind, drunk with fatigue, deaf even to the hoots of gas shells dropping softly behind. Gas. Gas! Quick, boys! An ecstasy of fumbling. fitting the clumsy helmets just in time, but someone still was yelling out and stumbling, and floundering like a man on fire or lime, dim through the misty panes of thick green light, as under a green sea I saw him drowning. In all my dreams before my helpless sight, he plunges at me, guttering, choking, drowning. If in some smothering dreams you too could pace behind the wagon that we flung him in, and watch the white eyes writhing in his face, his hanging face like a devil sick of sin, if you could hear at every jolt the blood come gargling from froth-corrupted lungs, obscene as cancer, bitter as the cud, of vile incurable sores on innocent tongues, my friend, you would not tell with such high zest to children ardent for some desperate glory the old lie, dulce e decorum est, pro patria mori. So, reason I think it's worth reading the war poetry. It's one of these things that I think tends to be a bit of a tradition, especially on Remembrance Day and during occasions. But one of the particular reasons why I think it's important to remember figures like Sassoon and Wilfred Owen would be that in the end, Battlefield 1 is a game that's presented to us with the benefit of hindsight. Basically, it's, 100-year-old war, over 100-year-old war. And in the end, we have our works of art, we have our works of entertainment, we have the stories that we tell and the ways that we present this history. But in the end, the First World War gave an entire branch of literature, storytelling, also moments of great courage, and a new way of looking at war. Unfortunately, far too late to prevent what happened during it. But my hope always is that a game like Battlefield 1 or Valiant Hearts, or any of this, I'm sure now, with the success of Battlefield 1, I think probably more games will be willing to take on this subject, and maybe we can finally gain a little bit of a better understanding and more literacy about what happened inside that war. But the biggest thing is not to forget the works produced at the time by the people who actually experienced those things. Those are just two poems from two very important authors around that time. And so in this case, poetry is not always somebody's cup of tea, but it's probably something you can take up because, of course, it's going to be shorter than a history book, and in the end written by people who experienced what went up there. So guys, with that in mind, I'm willing to do one more game. I haven't heard anybody talk about what their favorite story was. So just a quick recap for those of you who maybe don't recall the exact titles. Through Mud and Blood was the story of kind of a chauffeur who got brought onto the British tank. Friends in High Places is sort of the story of the roguish character who wound up stealing the plane from the aristocratic Brit, and also got caught behind enemy lines. Avanti Savoia is the Italian campaign, the one where you start off in the suit of armor and you're trying to find your friend Matteo. The Runner is the story of Gallipoli, where you play a war hero who attempts to protect sort of the runner, the person who lied about his age to enter into the war. And I am willing to do, if you'd like, I'll do Nothing Is Written again, which was the game that we played tonight. Alright, so we got one vote for Avanti Savoia. It's actually kind of funny, Jesse Quill, because it was probably the one that I didn't remember as much. I'm willing to do that again, though. Well, I'll find out, Jess. It may actually be his brother. But I do kind of want to do at least one of these, so... barring any further input, we will do Avanti Savoia again. I think what I'll do, just for the purposes of the story, I think I'll knock it down to medium, just so I don't get ripped apart by the defense. I'll still probably wind up getting clobbered, but... Alright, maybe I'll just wind up doing the whole thing again. So we've got divided votes for Through Mud and Blood and Friends in High Places, but I did say I was going to do this.
Every corner of the world was touched.
If we get another vote for one of the other ones, I might do another one.
Where no one had dared to go before. Whether it was the mountains of the Alps or the skies above, we found a way. They said this would be the war to end all wars. But I wonder if there will ever be an end to human ambition and our will to destroy.
Anyways, guys, again, while I'm going through this, do feel free to speak up. Ricky Guitarist, I guess, has a half vote for both Mud and Blood and Friends in High Places. But again, I'm happy to keep casting as long as you guys are willing to keep watching, so... Dolomites, Northern Italy, fall 1918. Italy and Austro-Hungary are deadlocked amongst the Alps. Braced by snow-capped mountains, neither side can find a way to dislodge their enemy. Regular forces dig in and reinforce their positions. Meanwhile, an elite mountaineer regiment prepares an unorthodox assault. This unit specializes in high-risk tactics. They are called the Arditi. The Arditi motto, O la vittoria o tutti accompati. We either win or we all die.
Are you all right? We're ready for you to cut the cake. Wow, these are incredible.
Yes, it was an incredible time.
You looked very handsome in that uniform.
That's not me, that's Matteo.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry, Dad. Take as long as you need.
No, it's okay, Tesoro. It's time I told you what happened to him. It was during our last battle together, just a few days after our 21st birthday. My brother's battalion had been ordered to capture a fort deep into enemy territory. I wasn't going with him. I was part of a special unit with a different mission. Our task was to support Matteo's battalion. We were a proud unit. We changed the war for Italy. The Arditi.
Okay, I can't believe I actually have to pause this story to say this, but Captain Bear, I want you to read what you just wrote to Jesse Quill again. As someone who has read the history, Russia played a large part versus the Austrians. I'm not entirely sure it is the most constructive thing to tell somebody in my chat, let alone a moderator, that they haven't read history.
While Matteo was pushing forward, I had to fight up the mountain and take out anything targeting his unit.
Just hearing this story makes me worry for you.
Don't worry, I was in a full suit of armor. Besides, the Arditi were proud volunteers. We would have done anything for Italy. A church was sitting at the base of the path. Enemy troops had fortified it. I had to fight them first.
Thank you, Captain Bear. I do appreciate that.
All that was left after the flame troops were some foot soldiers. After that, the church would be ours.
You know, I completely failed to appreciate the sound work on this one. Just hearing the different, kind of the different sounds for the shots based on the environment that you're in is a really nice touch that I completely failed the last time. Ricky Guitarist, I haven't actually spent that much time looking at the journals, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Oop, that was one of my guys.
There was an artillery gun that was shelling us and Mateo's unit. I had to destroy it.
He was still heading to the fort?
Right. I had to make sure he got there.
Yeah, Jess, there's a really big jump between easy and hard on Battlefield games. I don't know, this is the first time I played medium on any of the Battlefield missions, but... Oh, hello.
Matteo and the entire Italian offensive was in danger as long as that artillery gun remained. So I had to take it down. Oh, fuck. The only way to ensure that my men were safe was to blow up the gun itself. explosion was one of the sweetest sights of the war for me. But there was no rest. I could see an anti-aircraft gun over the next ridge that was taking out our planes. And that was my next target. The gun was manned by Austro-Hungarian troops. I had to remove them before I could use the gun myself.
I take down the last man, but then I hear a noise that I will never forget. They were targeting Matteo's unit below me, so I do the only thing I can.
It was me against an entire enemy bomber squadron. We had no reinforcements. If those men were killed, our advance would be completely halted, and I would have lost Matteo. After the first few went down, they started targeting me. I had to stand my ground.
Yeah, it's really hard when they get one of those in there. I was hoping to do it perfect, but I know I struggled with those bombers last time anyway.
It was me against an entire enemy bomber squadron. We had no reinforcements. If those men were killed, our advance would be completely halted, and I would have lost Matteo. After the first few went down, they started targeting me. I had to stand my ground.
find your armor?
Of course, of course. Nothing could dent it. But then the planes veered away.
Guys, Jesse Quill can tell you about the first and only time I ever did VR.
When I got up, I thought I had died and gone to hell. They blew up the mountain. They buried us. They buried themselves.
Oh God, Mateo.
I had to find him. So I went down into that hell. It was my only choice. I had to find Mateo. He could have been anywhere. Started with the first thing that came through the fog. There were allies pinned inside lodges. I needed to save them. We could hear them before we saw them. Armored vehicles coming from the enemy fort.
But you didn't have your equipment anymore.
There were crates of enemy weapons in the lodges that we scavenged and prepared ourselves with.
Through sheer force of will, we took out their firepower. The lodges were safe, and I had to move on.
You never said, was Mateo in those lodges?
No. The men said his unit had made it further up.
I have no idea what dab means. Binoculars? Ain't nobody got time for that.
I wanted to get out of the trenches, but I could hear Italian yelling. I knew my friends were trapped. Everywhere I looked. Too late.
Mamma mia, look at all of the death!
After a while, I couldn't even look at the bodies. You had to have made it to the fort.
Look at me. Look at me!
Some of the things I saw, Tesoro. I had to convince myself I wasn't dead. Fire everywhere.
This was a mistake. Oh, this was a mistake. Was it a Rift, Jessequel? I thought it was an HTC Vive. Alright, so I think the lesson here is that even though it's medium, I can't just be completely reckless with the way I do stuff.
Some of the things I saw, Tesoro. I had to convince myself I wasn't dead.
Like what?
Fire. Fire everywhere.
Shit, that's a fire trooper. Fuck me! I'm fucked.
Into the fort. I could either go through the underground tunnels or above ground by circling around the back.
Not through the front?
I no longer had my armor. It was impossible.
Fuck you!
No, Matteo wasn't there. I still think about that field. Every day. I'd almost stopped looking. Started giving in to the hope that Matteo had escaped. And then...
No! No!
He never got older. And here I am, still. Who decides such things? Buon compleanno, Matteo.
Upheaval followed the war. Empires collapsed, new countries were formed. The world and our view of it was changed forever. Families were changed, not only by those they lost, but also by those who returned. Both the fallen and the veterans became known as the Lost Generation. Okay. I think it was Through Mud and Blood and Friends in High Places were the two that kind of got a half vote. I've probably got at least one more in me. I got some opinions about the differences in difficulty, but I would definitely, if you guys would like to see some more, I'm willing to do encore missions. We can also just call it for the night. I definitely liked Through Mud and Blood. I think probably my top three are, in not a particular order, would be Through Mud and Blood, The Runner, and Nothing Is Written for myself. We did Nothing Is Written tonight. So we've got Mud and Blood. We also had a half vote for Mud and Blood. Did anybody have any dissenting opinions? Alright. Revenge of the Pigeon level, friends.
My granddad fought in the Civil War. Before I left, he told me what it takes to stay alive, but nothing could have prepared me for what I saw. New machines of war, Like the tank could sometimes change the battlefield overnight. Luckily, they were mostly on our side. Mostly.
So I'm going to do it on normal, because this was one that took me a really long time. Ribecourt, France, fall 1918. It is late in the war. As winter draws in, the Germans fortify their lines and dare the enemy to come to them. Waves of infantry die crashing against German concrete. The maps do not change. Heavily armed and well protected, the British Mark V tank is a fearsome war machine. It clears trenches, it destroys barbed wire. The tank can break through. On October 17th, British forces prepare for a mass assault on the town of Cambrai. With tank support, Allied command believes a breakthrough is a certainty, but the Mark V tank has one major flaw. It is not reliable.
Edward.
Sir.
Townsend. Come on, you miss all the fun.
All artillery! Fire!
Been looking at your papers.
Don't worry about me, sir. I'm ready to do my bit for king and country.
Listen, son, you find forward and reverse when you're told you'll do all right for me. Grab those, would you? Come and meet Big Bess. Woman of your dreams. And our new driver, boys.
Whoa, no, don't swear. She does not like it when you swear. Finch, you've done this before.
Done what before?
Mind your business with manners. Listen, don't worry. She'll look after you, yeah?
All right, boys. This is the big one. Our orders are to punch through the German line, destroying artillery positions as we go. Finch.
Yes, sir.
After that, we'll advance on the French town of Cambrai, where I have been assured there is wine, women, and song. So you should enjoy that.
Ah, my man is wine. Jesus. Are we in safe hands or what, boys?
All right, my boys. Remember, boys, do your jobs, take care of each other. Big Bess will take care of you.
May the Lord have mercy on our souls.
We'll get through this together, right, Edwards?
Right, sir.
Full ahead, driver!
Damn bird is shedding.
Molting, McManus! Bird's molt!
I'll pluck every feather off that damn...
Easy there. That pigeon could save your life. It's our only line of communication.
You good up there, Edwards?
Yes. Starting to get the hang of it.
What'd you do back home?
Drove. A car. I was a chauffeur.
All stop! This is far enough. Infantry will go in the first whistle. Then we follow.
Heavens above. You ever seen anything like this?
I have, I'm sorry to say.
Listen, we're going to cut down the guns up by that windmill.
Edwards. Don't get us stuck in the mud like that.
I got us stuck in the mud, sir!
We're moving slow. Finch, what's the matter? Engine's fine, sir. It's the mud.
Appreciate not being a target, new boy!
Run to keep them come! Keep your eyes peeled for more of those guns, lads! Hold position here! Clean out all the German guns!
They're putting up a heck of a fight!
Don't leave our boys! Turn back!
What for the money? Boys are moving up!
Continue suppressing fire! Keep them on their heels!
British on the retreat!
That's it! Hold them, keep them suppressed! Woo! We are righteous men! Good job, lads! Now we take the next trench line.
There's a field gun! That's a hit!
Machine gun! Let's tear it apart! Target destroyed! Move out of the mud! Grenade incoming!
Jerry's not mucking about!
Oh shit, it's still up.
Field gun is down! Looking your country, lad! Good job! But remember, the day's still young. We're heading for the ruins, clearing a path for the infantry. Quickly, shut down that gun!
Alright, have a good one, Ricky Guitarist. I think this will be the last one for tonight, guys. This is actually a kind of long mission, so if most people want to wrap up for tonight, we don't have to finish it if you guys don't want.
Stay focused, boys.
Should I give the bird some rum? He's having a right to do.
Don't mess with the pigeon. That's our only link back to headquarters.
Edwards, how about you? You need a drink to steady your hands?
No, I don't drink.
Save the fun and games for when we arrive at Cambrai, boys. Got it! That landship will... Edwards, gas in! Gunners, go for the soft spots! left them on! We managed to move on! Great work, lads! Time to move on! Heavy's already fire! Heads down! Roll's dead! Can't move it! Hitch! I need you out there to take a look. Watch your left, Spitchen! Edwards, get on and lend him a hand!
Okay. Yes, that works. Edwards! You good? You sure?
Keep it together, lads! Just get us moving! Edwards, get us fixed and get back in here! Get a move on, driver! Took on the damn Jonah, and they'll think she's gone! Hermanus, pull yourself together! Get us to that village, driver! Their artillery's holed up there! How many of those are we going to take? We got it! Blast that gun! Watch out! Grenade! Move! Someone has our ticket! Clear!
Yeah, I think it's fair, Runebroder. I mean, if you've been having internet connection problems all night, that's not fun for anybody to have to go through, so. I'm a lot worse at piloting the tank this time around.
Who got that? Got it! Now move! position! Keep pushing on, lads! We've soon taken this spot! Grenade toss! Move! Artillery ahead! We cut them all down! We got it! Hey! What's that gun? It's gone! Move on! I can't hear a thing! They're gone! Large ship incoming! Cannon's gonna slow us down! Yeah, he's got to shut them up! Got him! Edwards, take us over! Quickly, shut down that gun! Gun down, go! Done for! Let's move! Clear the bridge of any German defenses! What the hell was that? More damn mud! Not a lot! Push through! Watch out! Grenade! They were waiting for us. Get us moving! Shit! Can't get any traction! Push them back, lads! Get off that, you should down here! No traction, sir! I can't move her! Come on! Come on, man! Richard! Richard! Are you out of your mind? You're gonna get us all killed! Edward's behind you! Edwards! Release the pigeon! That is an order, son! Do you understand me? Sir!
Let's see how I do at the pigeon minigame. So guys, I'd love some feedback. I know a lot of people just went to bed tonight, and I sort of see that reflected in the views, so my intention was to do one extra story, and then because there was a little bit of a division in terms of opinion, I'm opting for this other one. Now, this is one of the longer stories. So if you would like me to table this and maybe do it some other time, I'm happy to call it. But if you guys would like to continue seeing the rest of this story, I'll see it through to the end if you'd like.
Messenger pigeon! Incoming fire! Message coming in!
Orders! Sir, new fire mission. It's Delton, sir. Sir. 3, 6, 4, turn!
Here it comes, boys. Nice serving with your lads. You have the look of the devil, Townsend.
Is that right?
All we got out here is blind orders and chance. Which you'll do for us first, you reckon?
I'm sick of your lip, McManus.
Aye, sir.
Edward, start it up.
Lions backing up. Big miss. Give us a break. Give us a break. Come on. Come on, miss. Come on, stop. Stop, big miss. Stop. It stopped. Are you just gonna stand there? Hell. There's fog up ahead. I can't see more than 20 yards.
I did not know that one for.
Edwards, I'll drive. You jump out and scout ahead.
Welcome back, by the way.
Don't be a hero.
Or maybe you didn't leave. Alright. I remember this was a GOG show the last time I did it.
Let's all get through in one piece, eh? If you get into trouble, we'll be right behind you. Almighty, that's some field guns doing. Edwards, have a recce up ahead. There's a gun you'll need to deal with it. If things go south, we'll come in blast. Otherwise, we'll bring Bess up when you get the signal.
What's up? Username intensifies. We've completed the campaign once. We were doing some highlights this time around. It was excellent. I really enjoyed all of it. I was going to save this till the end, but it seems just as well to mention it now.
There you are, lad. Magic driver, that's magic. Wouldn't even know there was a war on, eh? Hang back, I'm pushing through the wire.
The one thing I'll say, and this is pretty consistent for any of the Battlefield games.
Edwards, get up front and lead us through. Don't get too far ahead.
One of the challenges is that their balance in terms of difficulty is a little bit skewed. So I'm playing this on medium difficulty just so we can focus on the story right now. But my experience is that hard can be very difficult at times. Not impossibly so. I think Battlefield 3 was probably the most egregious in terms of extremely difficult to a point of possibly not being able to be beaten. Whereas hard here, it'll be challenging, but it's not exactly at the this is unfair level. I would almost say that medium's a little too easy in the sense of like the way I'm playing it right now, I'm kind of able to get away with murder. Like there's definitely some really reckless decisions I've wound up making, which have allowed me to sort of go a little, you know, like just kind of take advantage of the easiness. Yeah, the performance is great. I mean, I'm playing it. I'd suggest that the computer I'm playing it on is maybe a little more than is reasonable to expect for an average gamer. I mean, I realize that sounds boastful, but I did put some effort when building this thing, so I think invisible wall, maybe. But with that in mind, I mean, I know Frostbite's a very well done engine, and I mean, the results speak for itself here. I mean, the settings are all max, and I haven't dropped below 60 frames. The only exception here would be when the cinematics load, so the video actually causes some stuttering. But that's I believe that's a hard drive thing for me. I don't believe I put this on my solid state, so with that caveat in mind, I think I'm at the wrong objective.
Looks like there may be trouble up ahead. You go scout, and if everything is all right, give us a signal. We'll come to help if we hear any trouble.
Alright. Apparently I'm just doing it wrong. But yeah, I mean, it's I'm perfectly satisfied with the game. The stutters in the video seem to be related to yeah, I'm definitely going the wrong way here. The stutters seem to be related to the game loading the like the video, not actually doing in-game
Got us this
cinematics.
far, Edwards. I need you to do it again. Until we're out of these woods.
I'm running, I think it's i7 6700K. It was the Skylake processor, 16 gigs RAM, GeForce 980 Ti, and a partridge in a pear tree. All right. I don't think I'm going to be able to take those guys out all at once. You know, I could probably use a bomb on them, but... Alright, somebody definitely heard that. I built it for overclocking, but when I did there was a sort of a complete reset that I did. Well, looks like we're gonna do the same trick. All right, they're gonna spot me around that corner, so. But yeah, so I built it for overclocking. The motherboard I got is designed for it, and then I got a really good cooling system for it. But at the moment, I don't, just because I did a full reset, which also reset my overclocking settings. And I forgot to set them up again before I got my sort of my settings in line. So it's actually very wasteful. In my opinion, because I built it for that purpose. Man, this game lets you get away with murder on the stealth stuff. This is probably it as far as the stealth goes, though. Oh yeah. Thank you, Jesse Quill. I was worried you wouldn't be there to see it. But yeah, so compared to hard mode, like this is a cakewalk. I'm basically allowed to just throw my life away on these things. So it's, I mean, I suppose if you wanted an opinion on the campaign, there's no middle ground for somebody who's looking for a challenge, but not something that will absolutely just punish them.
Tell you what, I'm glad you're on our side, Edwards.
Are you?
Watch yourself. We'll deal with this.
All right.
Get up front and lead us through. Don't get too far ahead.
You're sending such mixed signals, sir. What's wrong with resetting printer queues, Jesse Quill? Somebody's got to do it. It's noble work. So theoretically I should be able to pop him in the head, but I've only got 8 shots and I don't want to risk the alert quite yet. Okay, this is basically a gift. Hey, come on! You really like it? What is it? Ah, fuck you. Ah! The mad shovel murderer of the trenches! Stop shooting at me! God damn it! Hey, Frantic Whisper. Yes, we finished the last campaign. What was it called? Nothing is Written. Really enjoyed it. I think my top 3 are probably, in no particular order, are this one, Blood and Mud.
No bad on that one, Edwards. We're nearly out the woods now.
So Mud and Blood.
Should soon be out of these sodden woods. We need to get across this here bridge and then.
Ah, sacre bleu! I am so sorry, Frantic Whisper. I will give you a proper greeting in just a minute. But we got a war to win. For Queen and Country. Schneide Schlockler da, this! Anyways, so yeah, of Mud and Blood, Nothing is Written, and The Runner are probably my top 3. But guys, I do want to give a very special shout out to Frantic Whisper. Frantic Whisper is the reason why we are playing this game right now. He very generously donated this game to the stream, largely on just like a passing comment I made about, you know, kind of thinking about getting this on sale.
Quickly ruin our day. You go in, clear out those guns, we'll move up and finish the job.
And perhaps most importantly, he gave something of a New Year's resolution that he wanted to stream a little bit more in 2017. So I always like to say that you would want to follow Frantic Whisper because you get a great opportunity to see a really good caster on the rare appearances that he makes on Twitch, but I have a feeling that those appearances are about to become less rare, and I still encourage you guys to give him a follow to catch his stream when he does go live. Of course, I do have a slight financial incentive just by virtue of the fact that he gave me this wonderful game. And all of you have a financial incentive in the sense that you've got some free content to watch because of his efforts. Now, seeing as this is medium, I have a feeling that the headshots are going to work now. Yeah, so this is going to be a piece of cake. Ah, fuck. So Frantic Whisper, it seems like the enemies can actually take 2 shots to the head in hard mode. I believe it's because they're wearing helmets, but I couldn't actually do headshots in this level because it was definite that I would hit. Like, you get the indicator that it was a hit, but it wasn't enough to kill, and so it would cause them to be alerted. Same would happen with a silencer, so if I did a headshot with a silencer at close range, it usually wasn't enough for a kill, and it would result in the loss. It's possibly, I mean, it's the most minor gripe I could make about the game, but it's actually the only real, I think, miss I think the game has, is that the hard, kind of like most Battlefield games, is very difficult. Whereas it's quite clear here that I'm getting away with murder in medium mode. I don't even want to imagine what easy is like. But again, I say that like having thoroughly enjoyed the game and just completely in awe with what they pulled off with this. So. Alright, well, maybe I can't get away with everything. As you can see, I get a little careless when I have too much good luck. I am not equipped for this fight. Dot on the barbed wire! I got a fun with damaging that. Ah. Oh shit, I don't have grenades. It'll have to do. Please run over it. Alright, you know what? I'm making this an unfair fight. This is the only useful thing I can do right now. Yep, this'll do. Oh shit, I gotta get my kit back. Probably username intensifies. I haven't looked at it though. Draw the gun, please. Oh, crap. That was bad. You get back here! I'm not scared of you!
That's enough fun and games for a Tuesday.
It's Friday, sir.
Drive, Edwards. Let's get out of here.
That was outstanding, Edwards. You'll have yourself a medal if we get through this.
No, Frantic Whisper, I was actually going to ask, have you played this? And if so, what was your favorite story?
What, Edwards, what?
So she needs new spark plugs.
Check how far that village is. Can you see it, son? Can you see the village?
Yes. Yes, I see it.
And what about our tanks? Can you see any of our tanks down there? Edwards?
Yeah. But they're not ours anymore.
Sounds like it. Whatever Bess needs is down in that village.
All right. Let's go, Edwards. Let's go.
Good luck.
Come over here. That tank is going nowhere and he'll be dead by morning. We're fucked.
What's it here? You're just gonna abandon the mission, are you?
Don't you get it? Finch, Pritchard, all of us. We've been fucked all along.
Look, if that's what you want, McManus, then just go.
Don't you ever talk to me like that. I've ran more fucking missions than you have had hot dinner, son.
McManus, just fucking go.
Have a good one, username intensifies. Sorry to hear it, Roombrother.
We're all in this together.
Right.
Find the parts, get the tank running, don't die.
Yeah, so Frantic Whisper, we did the mission, not following this one, but following the one afterwards. So the Italian campaign, that was Jess's vote for the one that she wanted for the Encore, but some people wanted either the airplane one or this story, and I kind of preferred this story, so I opted to go for it. But you're in for a treat. Now, Titanfall 2, Johnny Big Time was playing. That single-player campaign looked great, so I don't blame you at all for keeping on with that. I was really impressed to find out that it was the Source 2 engine, though. Well, obviously modified Source 2 engine, but that team did a really great job on sprucing it up and making it look great. I would not have guessed its origins. Oh, crap. Oh, Jesus. Man, you really do need to use that holding breath. Fortunately, you get away with murder in this mode, so... Have a good one, Woodford. Thanks a lot for stopping by.
Nice one. One down, free to go.
Let's see if I can do this without any scouting. I will say the scouting is great for the outlines, and it does a really nice job of sort of motivating why you want to do that in a multiplayer game. You know what? Nope, he's looking straight at me. But now that I said I wanted to do it without scouting, I can't. It'd just be wrong. Guten Tag! I need a new catchphrase. Ah!
Halfway there.
Alley-oop. Well, that's what I get. As soon as I get away with one clowny thing, I think my character's immortal. So, sorry guys, this is actually, I think, taking just as long as hard because I'm doing this. Can't help it, it's in my nature. You saw nothing. Wütend this. No, eiskalt to nothing.
Das ist mir egal. Hast du das verstanden? Das ist mir egal. Kapiert?
Das ist this. Ah shit, you got fire. Water is the cure for fire.
Auf seine Position!
I'm not entirely sure this is the way they intended me to play this.
That's all of them. Now back to Bess.
Where's Bess? You know, there's a side of me that's a little curious if I could do this on medium or easy, just straight up run through the level, collecting spark plugs and ignoring the enemies. Shovels OP, OCS, Inspector. My aim is so bad that 5 shots point blank won't do the job, but one hit of this thing. Wham! 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 Wham!
I lost my way back there. There's no right way in a place like this. We'll find one. You're the driver.
Fun fact, McManus goes away in that cutscene because Frantic Whisper was too busy working on a more important project.
Yeah. We did good, didn't we? Aye.
Right, sir, that's the last of them.
Please do not take that as official word, by the way. I am being goofy.
I've done everything right. Everything. My whole sodding life. All I've done is live my life by the manual. By the manual! What's wrong with you? You stupid,
bloody machine! Come on. Come on, Bess. Pull yourself together and work with me here.
I actually really like Battlefield Hardline, Frantic Whisper. I didn't know you worked on it. Battlefield Hardline was one of the... you know what? This is a triumphant moment. I'm going to shut up for a second.
She likes it when you swear, boy. All right, Edwards. Rendezvous is past those hills in the distance. Just mind that village down there.
All right, lads. Hang on. Here we go.
Left flank. Capture tanks moving into the village. Steady, lads. We're well behind Jerry's lines now. No way of knowing what we're up against.
That's a cheerful thought. Come on, lads. We've held together this long. Let's not fall apart now.
Old Bess has got us this far. And she'll get us all the way if we do our bit.
So, it was one of the first games that I played on this PC, which I built just for streaming. It was the first Battlefield game that I played other than 1492. And I think it still actually holds a special place in my heart for being the one which you could play on hard, and it felt like it was a fair challenge, and it wasn't just the difficulty had kind of been amped up and it was a little bit lumpy. It was actually one where I felt that the hard was enough of a challenge, but it was, you know, either my ability to master the the game as opposed to just being like, well, you know, guys take 2 headshots or something like that. But yeah, that's a cool little bit of your resume that I didn't know about. Sorry if I outed you to the chat. One of the reasons why I like this story the most is the tank as a character. There's a lot of stuff that's you know, that I think make this a good story, but I definitely love the fact that Bess is a character as much as her crew in this.
Come on, let's get to that rendezvous and be done with all this.
Okay, McManus. I thought I was the driver. That's just rude. Oops.
Boys, we need to fall back. Keep off that little one. Keep us moving. Use cover where you can.
Alright. I did not know there was another one of those. I'm probably fucked. Yeah. Did a bunch of multiplayer achievement stuff, lots of bug fixing and such. That's what happens when you come into a project near the end. Anyway, you have to admit it was the only game that you didn't play on your Extra Life stream. That's fair. I mean, I don't.
Hang on. Here we go. Left flank. Capture tanks moving into the village. Steady, lads. We're well behind Jerry's lines now. No way of knowing what we're up against.
That's a cheerful thought. Come on, lads. We've held together this long. Let's not fall apart now.
Old Bess has got us this far. And she'll get us all the way if we do our bit.
So, I don't know if it was because people had kind of created a lower expectation for me. But a couple of things that I like about Battlefield Hardline is it had, like, so I like the fact that there was an arrest mechanic in it, that it was not, you know, American cops just going in and blowing everyone away. Again, I thought the crime story was interesting, so I did it as part of my crime week. I like the challenge and hard. I thought that was reasonably well balanced. I will admit I've not played a lot of multiplayer. I played a little bit, but not enough to say I really got the experience. But I mean, it's kind of tough to say. I mean, now having played Battlefield 1, it's really hard to say. I mean, I know kind of it's the most recent I played, so I'm probably going to say it's my favorite just because it's the most familiar, but... That shows this. But yeah, I was very happy with Battlefield Hardline. I also like Battlefield 3, but I think I might like Hardline a little bit more than 3. I haven't played 4 yet.
Run them over if you have to.
It's a little tank somewhere. Aha! There's a little tank.
Nice tank. You see it? Just a gun. Get him. Let him have it, McManus.
Gotta try and get out of their range if I can. I've got the advantage of the fact that their treads are down, so...
Yes, that's it. Good work, but let's not get cocky.
Getting cocky? That sounds so unlike me.
Trying to get behind them. The armor is weaker there. Train yard on the other side of this hill. We're looking for a main road just past it.
I will admit I'm somewhat exploiting the fact that if you get to the checkpoint, all the enemies go away, so...
Good job, let's go. This is a staging area. They're fixing to retake Cambrai. So we drive straight through. And what? Let them surprise everyone at the rendezvous. So what's the plan? We have to take the initiative. If we hit them hard and fast here, we can make a difference. All right. Let's bloody do it. Right. Keep moving. Keep them confused and off balance, and let's hope they don't realize we're on our own.
Speaking of confused and off balance...
Knock out that... You show 'em! Burn, you bastards!
That was remarkably satisfying.
That's it, McManus! You've got it! Hey, gents! Good shot, McManus! Field gun! Field gun! Take that, you bastards!
Ah, those do hurt me. What gun? That gun.
You target.
That was a good hit.
This is it, lads.
It feels like it's easier to take out the treads on enemies in medium. Which, obviously, as soon as you can get in the right angle, it's pretty much GG against even a bigger tank than you.
Take that, you Jerry bastard! Enemy group coming in! Let's just hightail it for Cambrai, straight down the main road! That's exactly where they'll be coming from. Edwards, find us a position so we can hit them when they arrive.
Runebroder, I'm not sure if I have any more Danes in chat at the moment. Damn it. I used to be better at aiming down that road. Ah! Alright, we got one.
He's done for! Watch that trench, Edwards! German infantry! Clear him up!
A little more worried about that other tank, to be honest. Oh, it's just the light? That doesn't make sense. Yep, there it is. Alright, let's get behind some cover so I can repair. Should be enough to take it down. Oh Jesus Christ, it's still up. I thought it had its back to me.
That counterattack wasn't as stiff as it could have been. There'll be more to come. Then we dig in here and fight. Let's get Bess doing what she does best!
Sitting around waiting for repairs. There we go. Alright. I think I gotta leave it a little bit like that. Ah, god damn it. There we go.
That's one for Finch! We're fine! Keep moving!
Incidentally, there's absolutely no benefit whatsoever to me exposing my flank to them like this, other than the fact that I noticed that the AI tends to... It feels like they tend to lead you in the direction that you're going, So if you kind of rock back and forth like this, your best chance of survival, or like an outright dodge, is like this. So even though, like, I wouldn't do this in AI because I think, or sorry, in a multiplayer match, because I think players would be smart enough to kind of figure out the trick. But it sort of feels like I've been able to make the AI miss just by sort of rocking back and forth on on a level like this. Obviously, again, I'm saying this from hard. Medium, I think you could just man-fight the tanks, and as long as you hit consistently, you'll be okay. You definitely would not be able to do that in hard, though, because those these heavy tanks, these ones, they take a lot from up front. There we go.
High range! Let's do this!
There we go.
Did it, man! We only bloody did it, boys! You did it, girl! Next stop! Sir, Edwards, get moving. Oh no. Don't you go thinking you can drop dead on us now. I'm fine, boys. Just tired from all the fun.
Sorry, Bess. Edwards.
I think these subtitles have gotten misaligned.
So, what do we do?
Oh no, that's
now?
fine.
Driver.
We walk.
More than 300 tanks took part in the Second Battle of Cambrai. The war ended 1 month later. I think I wound up with an extra codex from that. But anyways, guys, I think I'm going to say that's it for tonight. I will say sorry to Frantic Whisper because I was hoping to show something that you may not have seen already. So just a quick word, what we got done tonight, we finished the final campaign, Nothing is Written, where you play Bedouin with Lawrence of Arabia. I really enjoyed that campaign, and the ending was great. You get to participate in a train ambush with El Orange, and it was challenging at the end, but it was really satisfying to get that win, especially because it was so close to the like it could have gone either way at the end there. So if you haven't checked the VOD, or if you don't normally check the VODs, you might want to check the one for that, because I had a lot of fun with that finisher. Audience Choice Awards seem to go to Avanti Savoia. That was Jesse Quill's request for the encore. And then we got 0.5 each for Friends in High Places and Through Mud and Blood. I preferred Through Mud and Blood to Friends in High Places, and then we got a bonus request for Through Mud and Blood. Obviously, we did the prologue again, because if I want to hook people on the game, you show them Storm of Steel at the very start. This game is fantastic. I was kind of hoping to do some multiplayer for you tonight, but I am quite tired, and I've actually been casting for 5 hours, so that's an hour later than I normally go. I do have some stuff I kind of wanted to do tonight as well, so I loved casting this for you. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a lot of multiplayer online, but I do recommend, like, if you guys like first-person shooters, if you like Battlefield, if you've ever liked Battlefield, pick this up. I think the single player is worth it on its own, personally. I will say, so if somebody says that the single player experience was short, tell them to play it on hard. That's all that I can say. Like, I don't know what easy would be like. When I wasn't doing stupid stuff, medium was quite straightforward, although I also kind of knew what to expect, so I don't think that's a very fair estimation of the difficulty of the campaign. But I'd say, you know, hard has some frustrating moments, especially in the runner. I thought was probably the part where there was kind of the cliff. But again, these are all just like minor comments on a game that I'm just absolutely floored by. I really enjoyed it. It's actually the first Battlefield game that I've put a little bit of time into the multiplayer on its own. I can't say it enough. Thank you so much, Frantic Whisper, for this game. I really, really do enjoy it, and I've loved putting it on the stream. I kind of regret that when it, like, I get so absorbed in the game that I kind of regret during some of the climaxes, it's basically just been like an hour of me sitting there swearing. Because I don't normally swear that much during games, but this one seems to have pushed me over the edge. But I suppose one of the things I do enjoy about casting is getting a chance to share games that I really enjoy with you, and this ranks right up there. So again, if you could all give Frantic Whisper a very big thank you. Certainly I owe him one, and be sure to drop him a follow as well, because if you like watching me play games, you almost certainly will enjoy this wonderful man's cast, and I for one am looking forward to his future stuff. I think so. We are very quickly knocking down some of the outstanding games. I think Dark Souls 2 is the last big game that I have got queued up, and I haven't finished yet. I'm kind of considering a few different options. Sorry to make the music go away. I just wanted a quick view of my Steam library. I don't have any promises yet. I know some are asking for XCOM. I think there was a little bit of demand for me doing redoing Skyrim, because now the enhanced edition is out. I've got a couple of secrets up my sleeve that I'd really like to share. But I think probably what I will be doing is wrapping up Dark Souls 2. If I can actually manage to clear out the games that are outstanding by the end of January, then that means the rest of 2017 we get to do new games, and I definitely have some stuff I'm really excited to put up for you. But they're all going to have a very high bar to pass now that I've had this wonderful experience. Any anticipations on the new release front in terms of things that I would like to play? I'll be honest with you, I've not checked out that much. I haven't really checked out that much that's coming out this year. I should probably do that. But yeah, I'm actually I'm catching up with some of the stuff that I've been catching up with. I gotta catch up with some of the stuff that I've been buying on like sales and that. I've been sitting on two big releases that I haven't even played them because I want them to kind of be a bit blind on the cast, but I should think into that. And guys, by the way, I do, so I had a bit of an unfortunate case where I had said I would look into a game with somebody, and the next message I got was, yeah, exactly, Frantic Whisper. So the message that I got afterwards was, oh, so are you going to play the game like you promised today? The answer very clearly was no, because I wanted to do Battlefield 1. So I do really appreciate recommendations for games, guys, but it would be impossible for me to satisfy everyone on the timelines that you want. So the only thing that I will ask is I really do love ideas of what you guys want, especially because even if I don't have the game or I don't think it would work for the cast, it gives me an idea of sort of where to point in terms of themes and genres. So your feedback is taken in. The only thing is that I'm not exactly a jukebox. I try to do my best to kind of match those two things, but definitely if it's a specific request for a time, I'm very likely not going to be able to satisfy them. But with that in mind, please do keep your recommendations coming in. I do like seeing that stuff. And most importantly, if there's a new game that's going to be released this year, I know, actually, you know what? There's one that I will say, Frantic Whisper, I've kickstarted it. I am really looking forward to Harebrained Schemes' release of BattleTech. I really like BattleTech, and they haven't let me down so far. But anyways, guys, that's it for me. I know I'm bleeding followers, and I like to give somebody a host. So let me just take a quick look at who we have tonight. I will see. Actually, let me know if you'd like to see some. Let me know if you'd like to see some Battlefield 1 multiplayer. I might be able to swallow my pride long enough to do that. But yeah. The other thing I'll say too, there's definitely some people whose gaming advice I really respect. So I really do, and I don't think I've said who it is. So if you mention it, I do weight the advice. Looks like, I mean, I have two options here. I've got Kilgore Trout on Half-Life 2 and W. Shand on Crusher Continue. I actually haven't done a lot of time with Shand's Crusher Continue, but Kilgore Trout's a fantastic caster. If you do want to check him out, he's doing Half-Life 2 right now. It's very enjoyable. I'm going to do W. Shand just because I still host him quite a bit, but I haven't seen this new series that he's doing here, and I always like the shows that he puts on. So I will try and be back tomorrow. I don't know. I really do want to try and do something this weekend, and it's cold. It's going to get like -21 here in Ottawa, so I have every reason not to go outside for the weekend, and that usually means that I'll get a little bit more casting in. But as always, check out Twitter, and I will be back for sure on Monday. We've already founded the Kingdom of Denmark, and so Monday will be interesting as we consolidate power and try to wrest it away from the factions that are being built up inside of our kingdom. As always, guys, our raid message is, we're tired of system talk, heard this place was better. I do encourage you guys to check out W. Shand. He is an outstanding caster. Again, between Frantic Whisper and W. Shand, I had a lot to miss when I moved to Ottawa, but I'm very lucky to have at least half of that duo stop by the cast pretty frequently. So have a great night, everybody. It was outstanding sharing this game with you, and let's pass on the love to a great caster, W. Shand. Have a good night.